Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Kishore Mahbubani. I'm the Dean of the Lee Kuan Yew School of Public Policy, and I'm very pleased to welcome you to this lecture today by Professor Elinor Ostrom, the Nobel Prize winner.
Thank you very much. It's a delight for me to be here. I've enjoyed questions that I've received this afternoon, and this has been very productive. Earlier studies of the Commons focused on small to medium-sized common pool resources that we did and many others did, but many of the very early were of particular resources by people writing from a particular discipline without comparison and without any theoretical foundation. But as we looked at those studies and did some empirical work, we were able to get a good sense of how small and medium-sized common pool resources were managed by common property institutions. Now, it turns out, especially after 2009, there's considerable interest in our Thank you very much. It's a delight for me to be here. I've enjoyed questions that I've received this afternoon, and this has been very productive. Earlier studies of the Commons focused on small to medium-sized common pool resources that we did and many others did, but many of the very early were of particular resources by people writing from a particular discipline without comparison and without any theoretical foundation. But as we looked at those studies and did some empirical work, we were able to get a good sense of how small and medium-sized common pool resources were managed by common property institutions. Now, it turns out, especially after 2009, there's considerable interest in our research related to small, medium, large, and global environmental systems. And researchers and citizens and officials are asking for some kind of a framework that puts people and societies together. So, putting people and ecologies together, we can think of them as social ecological systems. It turns out that is difficult to achieve. Most academic teams do not share resources across disciplines, so that as you're trying to study these things, now working with a bunch of ecologists studying forest resources, and I had to learn what DH meant, which is diameter, breast height, and how to measure it, and a variety of other technical things, because we are measuring the condition of the forest in a scientifically very careful way, besides looking at the social systems and how they are organized. What we need to have is a common framework of language that will enable us to help develop sustainable systems and achieve sustainability of diverse commons. Okay, so what are some of the challenges that we face in achieving sustainability? Well, the first one that I'll talk about shortly is overcoming what I call the panacea trap. A second one is developing multidisciplinary, multi-tier framework for analyzing sustainable SESs that people across disciplines can use. We need to be building better theories for explaining and predicting behavior. We need to find ways of collecting data over time, but we've got to learn which variables we need to be studying in a consistent way to have very good overtime studies. And we need to understand design principles and why they work. This is a very big agenda. They all point us to the importance of institutional diversity, but tonight I'll only be able to provide an overview of these, but I'll be very glad if people want to pursue one or another of them in questions to do so. So challenge one, as I mentioned, is the panacea problem. A very large number of policymakers and policy articles talk about the best way of doing something. For many purposes, if the market wasn't the best way, people used to think that it meant that government was the best way. And we need to get away from thinking about very broad terms that don't give us the specific detail that is needed to really know what we're talking about. We need that to recognize the governance systems that actually have worked in practice fit the diversity of ecological conditions that exist in a fishery or irrigation or a pasture, as well as the social systems, so that there's huge diversity out there, and governance systems that work have to fit it. So what we've found is that government and private and community mechanisms all work in some settings. People want to make me argue that community is always the best, and I won't step into that trap. There are certainly very strong places where people can self-organize, but it's not the best, just like government isn't the best or the market is not the best. Challenge two, one of the things that we need to be working on is a multidisciplinary, multiple tier framework for analyzing social ecological systems. And what we've done is we have analyzed identified four very large encompassing variables that are at what we call a focal level that generate together an action situation and a market. When we talk about market relationships between buyers and sellers, we're looking at an action situation. And that level, that focal level, is affected by and affects larger and smaller ecosystems, as well as larger and smaller social, economic, and political systems. So let's look at the first tier of that framework. We can think broadly of a resource system and a governance system. Both of them set conditions for subparts. So a resource system sets conditions for an action situation, but we can think of action resource units as part of that. So when we talk about a forest, part of the resource units are trees. We talk about a fishery, resource units are fish. They differ dramatically in their characteristics, but both are what are frequently being harvested. We can also think of a wide diversity of actors who are participating in one or another of the action situations that affect the long-term sustainability of that system. This is a very broad framework. I'm going to unpack it in a few minutes, but it is now being used by a number of people for current studies. So, how does a framework help us build and test better theories? That's the third challenge that we're facing. And the important thing is it helps identify multiple variables that potentially affect the structure of action situations, the resulting interactions, and the outcomes. And so a framework is one way that we can study similar systems that share some variables in common, but don't share all, or look at quite different systems. It avoids people overgeneralizing, as we've had in our literature, that all resources should be privately owned or government owned. If you read Garrett Hardin's in '78, that is his conclusion. And in many textbooks, the Hardin argument is repeated. There's also a problem of over-specification, meaning my case is different than yours, and refusing that there are lessons that one can learn from studying multiple cases. So to diagnose why some social ecological systems do self-organize in the first place and are robust, we need to study similar systems over time and to examine which variables are the same and which differ, so that we can understand why some are robust and succeed and others fail. So part of our need is to, beyond looking at the first tier, is beginning to develop the language more thoroughly by going to an initial second tier of variables. Many of the second tier have third and fourth. I'm not going to get down to that level tonight. But we are working on that diagnostic framework further. You can see an early version in PNAS in 2007, a much later version in Science in 2009, and Mike McGinnis and I are currently working on a paper that is looking at it. Now, I'm going to warn you, when people see this for the very first time, there's kind of a reaction of, so prepare yourself, this looks very complex. But you start thinking about what is involved in thinking about a resource system. Well, you need to know what sector you're talking about. You need to know you need to know how clear the boundaries are. You need to know how big it is, what kind of human-constructed facilities there are. Similarly, if you're going to talk about a governance system, we're talking about government organizations, what kind of non-governmental organizations are there, various kinds of property rights systems. All of those things are very important. Then attributes of the resource units in terms of the difference between fish that move independently, water that also moves but moves in channels, versus trees that don't move. And then what is important about the kind of actors involved, how many are there, what kind of socioeconomic attributes do they have, what's their history of use, where do they exist, in similar location to where the resource is or far away, what kind of leadership is there, etc. Now, part of the problem is how people see this and think that we're proposing that anytime you do a study of a single resource or several comparative, you need to study all of these. No. This is a broad framework, just like when you learn economic theory about certain aspects, you don't need to look at all of the variables in an economic theory for any of the questions you're going to look at. You need to learn how to pick out. But these give us a sense of some of the variables that have been identified repeatedly as being affecting whether people are able to govern a resource and do so sustainably. So they're useful for that purpose. And I'll mention a special issue that we're developing that you can look at this more broadly. Now, we can address three broad questions with that framework. The first one, what patterns of interactions and outcomes, how much overuse is there or is there? What kind of conflict there is or isn't? Whether the system collapses or doesn't. All of these are likely from using one set of rules for the governance system relating to particular kinds of resource systems, its units, and particular kinds of actors. In other words, one of the important questions we've learned is we need to be studying which rules generate sustainable outcomes for particular kinds of resources, and how do we distinguish resources? And what we've learned is that the rules that are used in regard to grasslands and pastoral institutions generate overuse and collapse. We need to understand which ones do that and why, and which generate adaptive resources. And we need a framework of that sort to develop good research and good theories as we move along. Now, the second type of question is, for a particular resource in a particular setting, what is the likely endogenous development of different governance arrangements, use patterns, outcomes? And we've been studying irrigation systems around the world, forestry resources around the world. I just finished a paper with an Indian colleague looking at lakes in Bangalore, an urban area, and comparing them as to their, how they are sustainable or not. Many of them are not. When do we not expect the local people to be able to develop their own rules, so that when do we need to worry that this is one of the places that we need to impose rules because locals are not going to do it? It's comparing when they're not going to or when they are able to develop well-tailored rules of their own, and how do we predict that? The third type of question is, how robust and sustainable is a particular configuration of users, resource units, and governance? So looking at long-term sustainability. And what kind of disturbances are we potentially going to see, and do we need to worry about in regulating them? So all three of these are part of a very long-term, very big research program, but all of them are enhanced by having a common framework. Okay, now let's go back to the challenges that we're talking about. The fourth one is looking at comparable overtime data for testing theories. And this is, again, another place where a challenge in terms of doing research is exacerbated by very tall disciplinary rules and walls in terms of language. People do studies, and the study is very hard for someone in a different discipline to understand. So we need this common taxonomy of core variables in the SES framework that will help us build more empirical research that we can all study. We've had a huge number of individual case studies, but not as much accumulation of scientific knowledge as we need. So we need a huge number because we see such variation out there. If the variation is only one or two types, you don't need a large number of studies. But when you find over 100 different combination of variables, as we have, you need large studies. Okay, so one of the initial things that we have been doing over time was to study these. We developed a database early where we coded a lot of information about irrigation systems of fisheries. I thought I was going to be able to develop a series of statistical analysis, but found out that I had to move up in my level of generality and look at a broader way of thinking about, instead of the details of a boundary rule, did they have one? Or the details of collective choice mechanisms that they might use, did they have the right to make their own rules, etc. Back in the 1980s, I was struggling on a sabbatical with Reinhard Zelton and others to find the statistical relations, and I developed a series of what was more general than the specific rules, having failed at finding the specific rules that were always successful. And I called them design principles. At times I think I should have called them something else, because people confuse that as ways that you give those to people who are thinking of designing something from the beginning rather than using it for looking at a study of robustness. But we designed them, presented them in the 1990 book, Governing the Commons. They're talked about in great detail. I'm very pleased to report that Cox, Arnold, and Villamoyor have finished a very interesting article published in December 2010, where they searched the literature for people who had overtly studied whether or not the design principles characterized studies that they were looking at. So people had done studies and then looked at whether or not they were successful or not, and whether the design principles were helpful in doing that. They looked at over 90 studies, and they did find very strong empirical support, very strong. And then they have suggested a better way of framing than I did originally. For example, when I talked about boundary rules, I did not make a distinction between a clear set of boundaries of the resource and a clear set of boundaries for the users. And sometimes systems have one and not the other, and in some of the case studies that were reported, that was a problem. So they crafted a little bit clarified 3 of the design principles. They distinguish in terms of boundaries between clear boundaries of the resource users, who is a member, and looking at clear boundaries of the resource itself. So hopefully we will use that in our future work. A second design principle is congruence with local and environmental conditions, and talking about the distribution of benefits and costs to social structure. And I did not distinguish between the social part and the ecological part. They have. And then in terms of monitoring, they distinguish monitoring of the resource conditions as well as monitoring of user actions. Besides the boundaries and congruence and monitoring, I also talked about graduated sanctions, conflict resolution mechanisms, recognition of the right to make their own rules, and if it was a larger system, was it nested? They found very strong support for all these and no need to distinguish them over time. Well, now part of the question is, why do they work? Why do they enhance institutional robustness? And we've been thinking of more micro foundations of why they do work. One, that those who are participants in a system that does use the design principles over time is that they have operational rules that are being followed by others because there's monitoring. A second reason is that those who are most knowledgeable about the effects of what's going to happen are the ones who are making the rules. A third is that resolves conflicts before they escalate. A fourth is that a diversity of governance units trying to solve a fishery or irrigation or other resource problems stimulates learning and increased performance over time. And as you study these things over time, you see people passing information about how they're doing and why it's working. And both large and small units back each other up. So that is one of the important set of learnings from our research. In general, then, what have we learned? Well, the attributes of the users that are conducive to their self-organizing and managing a resource is that they do view the resource as highly salient. They then usually have a relatively low discount rate in terms of the benefits obtained from the resource. Over time, they've developed high levels of trust and reciprocity. Fourth, they have autonomy to determine at least some of their own rules. They're nested in complementary multiple tier systems. Usually, in these kinds of settings, they have prior organizational experience, they've developed social capital, and local leaders who are able to take on the very tough job of being leaders, and they share some common understanding about the resource. So that these we're finding as we're doing even more studies of robust systems. These are the attributes that we're finding in systems that are sustainable. We're finding that the rules devised by self-organizing regimes differ in important ways from a lot of our current textbook remedies. An awful lot of the recommendation for regulating fisheries, if it isn't government, it is ITQ, individual transferable quantity. And that the key thing is regulating the quantity. And what we find in a lot of self-managed fisheries, they regulate the time when you can go and fish. They regulate the space of where it's appropriate to harvest and the technology that should be used. So that they're actually using different attributes than we have in our literature. Many of the rules that people develop or their methods of interrelationship encourage growth of trust and reciprocity, and they tend to rely on unique aspects of a local resource and the local culture. What we do find is that larger regimes can facilitate local self-organization so that we're not thinking about little tiny units self-organizing without any relationship to larger units. And they can, very large units can be very important in providing accurate scientific information, and especially if they provide that in a way that they interact. As I talked a little bit earlier about groundwater basin, our national United States Geologic Survey has done some very important research that then helps local people figure out the boundaries of their resource. They can provide conflict resolution arenas, and so court systems provided by larger jurisdictions are very important for helping resolve basic conflicts. Larger jurisdictions can provide technical assistance that's effective if they view the local users as partners, as opposed to being presume that all they have to do is tell these locals who don't know very much what they're going to do. But if there's some respect for the local user, some of the technical information provided by larger units can be very helpful, and they can provide mechanisms for backing up monitoring and sanctioning efforts. Now, we've also looked at larger units that are donor-assisted large units, which you have, we've all supported through USAID and development-assisted agencies of one kind or another. And we've done a really major study of them, produced a book called Samaritan's Dilemma. What we've found is, tragically, they do not have a good foundation based on either theoretical or empirical knowledge. They frequently encourage a national government, well, give the resources back to local people, but the resources have been taken away, degraded, and then given back in a 1 or 2 hour meeting. I've been to some of those, and it's rather incredible that they bring people into a hall. They say, now you own X, give them a little bit of a background of what they must do as being responsible, and then walk away. Frequently in these kinds of facilities, the governments retain ownership so that you're not passing on, you're just passing on the management, but they expect users to perform rapidly what government agencies have not been able to do for ages. So there's a very grim history out there in terms of donor-assisted handover projects. One of the things that we have repeatedly found is the importance of what we call polycentric systems. And this is important systems that exist at multiple levels with some autonomy at each level. So if we think about a region where there is a government agency responsible for the region, but there's a lot of local autonomy for management resources in that region. If we create a polycentric system like that, it retains many of the benefits of local level systems, because there are people at a local level making decisions about any of the rules, but it adds overlapping units to help monitor performance, obtain reliable information, and cope with large-scale resources. So that one of the important things is that frequently we need that. We can later, if people want to ask some questions about global change, I argue very strongly for the need for polycentric institutions to cope with climate change. Okay, so I've given you a very rapid overview of a huge amount of research. Let me, okay, I should have, I forgot a slide, sorry. So what? One of the things that we have found in our large-scale studies now, much to the surprise of many people, is that local monitoring is one of the most important factors affecting resource conditions. We now have studies in PNAS and science on forestry studies where nobody is thinking that local users will be important monitors, but we ask about it because we found that so important in many studies. And that local people pay attention to what's happening in the forest if they have some rights to collect. They are in the forest from time to time, and monitoring is not very expensive. If you have to hire government officials to be the official monitors, that's very expensive, and frequently it's hard to pay them very much, and so you have some problems of corruption because you have local monitors who are not being paid very much. Okay, let me then go back to the last one. What we're doing now is we're working with colleagues on the SES framework. We keep fine-tuning it, getting it better defined, et cetera. And there'll be a special issue sometime this year or the very beginning of next year in the journal Ecology and Society that reports on an update and about 10 case studies, I shouldn't say case studies, 10 studies that use it. We're then working very hard on getting definitions of key terms done. We're working on how this affects theory and the development of theories that can be developed. We're studying forest, water resources, and fisheries over time. And what we're trying to do is study which propositions hold in regard to diverse resources at diverse scales. So that gives you a very fast overview. I hope I stayed within my time limit. It's time for questions and discussions. I'm going to go back and sit, but I will be glad to take questions.
Very good, well done.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Kishore Mahbubani. I'm the Dean of the Lee Kuan Yew School of Public Policy, and I'm very pleased to welcome you to this lecture today by Professor Elinor Ostrom, the Nobel Prize winner. After my introductory remarks, we will have the lecture by Professor Ostrom, and then we will have a short ceremony on stage where we will have Mr. Tan Gi Pao, Dr. Sitaram, to have a ceremony on the stage for 5 minutes. And after that ceremony, we will have the question and answer session today. I, as you know, when I make an introduction, try to make 3 points. And today, all my 3 points are about our speaker, Professor Elinor Ostrom, and about how strong she is. The first way in which she is strong is that she's physically very strong. And I know this because she arrived at 5:30 yesterday morning after an 18-hour flight from Newark Airport. And at 10:30, she was in my office. And you know, she's like me, reasonably advanced. She's only 77 years old. And I said, how come? I mean, how can you arrive at 5:30 and be in my office at 10:30? She said, I'm strong. And you will discover this today. And of course, she's very, very strong intellectually. She has made remarkable contributions in many areas. And let me just cite 3 examples of her remarkable contributions. And here we are very fortunate that this note for me was drafted by my colleague, Professor Eduardo Araral, who, by the way, had the pleasure of living in Professor Ostrom's house when he was a PhD student. And thanks to Professor Araral, we have her here. So please join me in thanking Professor Araral. And these are the 3 examples that Professor Araral cites. First is her work on collective action problems. Collective action problems are situations where individually rational decisions can lead to collectively irrational outcomes. This is a central and universal problem in public policy, and there are many such situations in international relations, economics, political coalitions, world trade, climate change agreement, neighborhood associations, tax enforcement, and labor unions. In international economics, for example, countries who want to maximize their national interests, whether through a strong currency, subsidies to domestic farmers, or subtle forms of protectionism, which could lead to a situation with everyone being worse off. And of course, the 1930s depression illustrated that. When you go for your individual interests, collectively, we all suffer. And of course, for the students at the Lee Kuan Yew School of Public Policy, if you want to understand what collective action means, just look at College Green and where you are staying. We hope that as a result of Professor Ostrom's lecture today, College Green will look much cleaner and nicer tomorrow because you implemented a collective action spirit in College Green. The second contribution to Professor Ostrom's work is on economic governance, is a focus on the design of institutions for collective action or institutions to promote cooperation. This is important and refreshing because, in contrast, much of standard economics is about competition in the market, while much of political science and public administration is about exercise of state power. As she will explain today, there's more to economic governance than just markets and states. The third contribution of Professor Ostrom's work is its practical significance. Her work on common pool resources such as irrigation, forestry, fisheries, and groundwater have important implications for the livelihood of hundreds of millions of poor families worldwide who are dependent on these resources. Her work on the viability of grassroots organizations have helped convince donors to invest in community development projects that have, by the way, benefited thousands of rural villages around the world. And these are the 3 examples of her intellectual contributions. But the third point I was going to make about her is how strong she is morally, and the strong moral stance that she takes on important global issues. For example, on climate change, She believes very, very strongly that the world must come together and must act now because the clock is ticking, and she provides tremendous amount of leadership in ensuring that we try to take action on this globally. As a result of all of her work, I suppose you all know this by now, it is not an exaggeration today to say that she's one of the world's most awarded social scientists. She has won virtually the top awards in economics, political science, policy studies, and environmental science, in addition to 8 honorary doctorate degrees. And for the students of Lee Kuan Yew School of Public Policy, please let me add that she has written or edited 30 books and about 300 articles. So we expect each of our students to do that too. She was also the past president of the American Political Science Association and the Public Choice Society, and as you all know, last year she became the first woman to win the Nobel laureate in economics. And despite all this, she remains humble, down to earth, cheerful, generous, and even after jet lag, always in good spirit. So, Professor Ostrom, over to you.
Thank you very, very much for inviting me. It is a great pleasure to be here. I've enjoyed the discussions with colleagues yesterday and today, and I only wish I could be here longer because this has been great. I would like to do a very brief overview of the talk. I started out in doing work in the graduate school in political science and economics. And the world was presented as a pretty simple system. And my effort has been to understand more complex systems. And so partly what I've been doing is studying polycentric water and police industries, and we'll talk briefly about both. How we have doubled the kinds of goods that were to be studied, as contrasted, there were 2 when we started, and now there are 4. And the development of a framework called the Institutional Analysis and Development Framework. So let me then dig in. And the big question that I've been asking is, are rational individuals helplessly trapped in dilemmas? And so we have a theory that is based on rationality and individuals seeking their own benefit, but that when they face dilemma situations where if they contribute to the benefit of themselves and everyone else, and they all contribute, they'll all be better off, but there's always the temptation to sit back and not contribute at all, wait for everyone else and your benefit. So if you can save and not contribute, the theory predicts you will, but then what happens? You don't get the goods. And so we had a theory based upon work of Garrett Hardin and the work of Mansur Olson. I was asked to join a National Research Council in the early 70s, and we found that people were divided by discipline, by resource sector. Fishery folks didn't talk to water folks, didn't talk to forestry folks, and by continent. So people doing fishery resources in Africa didn't talk to the people doing water resources in Africa. Well, if you have 3 big divisions, you don't accumulate knowledge. And so we've been struggling with that and trying to look at the empirical studies of the commons. Okay, so having gone back over where we've had problems, let me go to current theoretical developments. Many scholars around the world are in the process of trying to develop a behavioral theory of individual choice. Behavioral from the perspective that instead of having it just a hypothetical theoretical model, studying behavior under a wide diversity of circumstances, and then how do we begin to get a theory that explains that. And you will hear the 5-letter word trust repeatedly. Trust, 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 trust. Right at the center of trying to understand how people solve dilemmas is the challenge of their developing trust in one another. And I hope I can explain to people that the idea that there are just great panaceas, that there are the optimal ways of doing things. A lot of the literature for some time presumed that when you finished an article, you would come up with the optimal way. And we'd have the kissing curves and figure out where they optimized and report this is the way to get there. So let's go back briefly to the 1960s. Part of the real challenge at an earlier point was that, yes, the human systems out there were complex, but our task as theorists was to make them as simple as possible. Simplicity was a criterion that trumped almost every other criterion for evaluating work. So one of the places that we got started with some of our work was on urban organization, and there was a repeated discussion about how bad it was that there were all these cities in the United States in metropolitan areas, and the evidence, oh boy, was there strong evidence. You read the textbooks and they would have a map in the chapter on this terrible thing, and the map would show a large number of units, and then they would point to it and say, look, isn't that terrible? What kind of evidence is that? Vincent Ostrom, Charles Thibault, and Robert Warren developed a very powerful theory in 1991 on polycentric systems, arguing that you had to look at the system level of the relationships among units to assess whether there were economies, diseconomies at a system level, that you can't just look at structure. Now let's just think about the human body. Think how messy it is. How many different cells there are, and their organs, and inside every organ there are more things inside. Well, I guess the thing to do to get health is make us simple. Well, biology, fortunately, I think Ted Webb will tell us that we learned a little bit more about studying complex systems in ecology and biology than we have in the social sciences. And we can't just take all the biology models and move them over, but we have to recognize that if every human being is as complex as the single individual is, with systems within systems within systems, we should recognize that when we put together ways of organizing, that frequently will have systems of various units within others. And we talk about, quote, the market in the singular, but the market, if it's effective, has a large number of units, the buyers and sellers that are competing with one another with different structures and different ideas. So even something called the market is not a single thing. So what we tried to do was then think about a variety of ways of looking at how performance improved in metropolitan areas, and we found that small to medium-sized cities, citizens could monitor one another as well as the officials. They could monitor the officials, and the officials could monitor them, so improved knowledge was quite substantial. Charlie Thibault long ago dealt in the 50s with voting with your feet, that if the services weren't effective and there were other units around you, to just leave, move on. And what we found is that people who were in larger units or smaller units and didn't have the productive skills themselves to perform a service, they could contract out. But if you don't have other units around, you can't contract. So we began to then look at police services, and I spent 15 years in police cars, jails, and archival resources and a variety of other things. I've probably ridden in more police cars and been in more jails than anyone in this room. Well, if you actually ride for 8 hours, which I always rode for a full shift, you learn an awful lot about what's going on in an urban area. And we studied a very large number of individual communities. We never found a single large centralized police department able to outperform small to medium size serving the same area in terms of crime rate, speed of response, and citizen trust. We then ended up doing a study of 80 metropolitan areas around the US, a random sample, and we looked at direct services like the patrol and answering, coming to a home, traffic, etc., and found that the most efficient size for that was small to medium-sized departments. But we looked at indirect services like criminal laboratory procedures, dispatching, and found that those were most efficiently and effectively provided by large. And there was in the literature, oh, well, small departments, they can't afford a crime lab. Well, they'd already figured it out. In the 80 metropolitan areas we studied, we found only 2 where there was more than 1 crime lab. And frequently, they had figured it out that there was a hospital in the metropolitan area, and the hospital was delighted if somebody helped pay for a special technician that could do a forensic analysis. They already had the equipment, so they would get a bit of income for equipment they had to have. And the departments then were able to get laboratory runs done when they needed it, not all the time, when they needed it, and by experts and for a reasonable cost. So it was a mix of the big and small that turned out to be the most effective around the country. And so we demonstrated by those studies that complexity wasn't automatically bad, that it was complex systems that had mixture of large and small and medium that were the most effective. Okay, so that empirical work led to what I mentioned earlier, a doubling of the number of goods. When I took my first economics course, I was told that there are private goods, and then there was a line, and on the other end of the line were public goods. And private goods were packageable and discrete, and then there were these messy things over there called public goods. And so we added common pool resources, and let me go on to show you the 2x2. Basically, what we looked at was subtractability of use, and if you have a sandwich in front of you and you pick up the sandwich and eat it, the sandwich is gone. So one person's consumption subtracts it from what's available to others. And on the other hand, it's pretty easy to exclude anyone else from getting that sandwich. You could just pull it right in front of you and put a little wall around it if you have to. But keeping people out of your sandwich is fairly easy. But if, let's go to a musical group that gets together in this room and has a great set of music, the sound of the music, if Ed Ariel enjoys it, we can still, the rest of us all enjoy it. So it is not, it's hard to exclude people, and it isn't so subtractive. Now, the scale of public goods can vary from Well, you may be suffering from a public bad right now. You're having to listen to me whether or not you're really enjoying it or not. But so the scale can be either public good or bad, and this size all the way up to what we were studying of safety in a metropolitan area, and now the globe and the atmosphere. So if we're thinking about global change, which I think we do need to think about, the scale's humongous. But we need to be thinking about these things in terms of how subtractive and how excludable. So that was a big step forward to double the amount of goods out there. And then one of the other things that Vincent Ostrom and myself and a number of colleagues at the workshop have worked on through the years is developing a general framework called the Institutional Analysis and Development Framework. And I think it's very important we look at frameworks as meta-theoretical devices. So we can have a framework. There are then multiple theories consistent with that framework. And for every theory, there are multiple models of that theory. So you get more and more precise. But if we're going to have interdisciplinary language and talk with one another about these issues, we need something broader than either a particular theory or a model of a theory. And so we looked at a nested set of building blocks that we could all be looking at and trying to understand the incentives and how behavior changed over in different ones of these. And then looked at exogenous variables that affected that. So let's take a look. There's no what you have at the left-hand side of this is exogenous variables, biophysical. That's all of the, if you're doing water, that's the canal, that's how the water flows, how many gates there are, a variety of things of this sort. If you're looking at attributes of the community, you're trying to figure out, well, is this a group of people who are very close to one another, come from a similar heritage, share norms, or heterogeneous, contesting all the other sorts of things that can happen in a community, and what kind of rules are people using to affect how they interact. An action situation then can be, if we formalize it with game theory, one of the theories that we can use to operationalize a framework, we would be thinking about individuals who have benefits and costs that they must pay in light of information to get outcomes, and we can model it very specifically. But then we would be looking at how people interact, how does that affect outcomes, and then doing evaluation. And they would be evaluating back and forth in terms of, are you happy with this? Do you want to go back to that store again after you've been there once and you've interacted with them? And so you make judgments, and we as scholars make judgments. So this has been a very key framework that we've used through the years. Now, there are internal parts, and inside the action situation, we would have internal parts, and that we can be using, and the internal parts are self-consciously similar to the internal working parts of a formal game. I spent hours with Reinhard Selten on this, in that the game theory textbooks would identify 4 or 5 or 6 working parts, and they were all, not all the consistent, but there were 7 that we consistently could find in one or another of them. So we can think about actors, you are all actors, who are assigned to positions. Well, right now you're members of an audience, but that doesn't mean that's permanent. In fact, I'm sure it is going to be. Actors in positions who are assigned actions. And so the actions that you're assigned when you are as an actor in a voting booth is to fill out a form on a machine or on paper. When you are at work, the actions involve a variety of efforts that are producing whatever it is that you are doing at work. Well, you do that in light of the information that you have and how much control do you have out of this process. So if like a savings deposit box at a bank in Bloomington, it's my box, but I have to give a key to a staff member. They have to come with another key to open that box. I cannot open my own safety box with just my ID. It takes two. And there are many, many cases where it requires more than one actor taking an action to get the action even taken care of. And there are net benefits and costs, and in light of a calculation of the information and net benefits, people produce outcomes. So that's the internal working parts, and we can model it and we can then put it in the experimental lab. So we use this in terms of in-depth descriptions. We use it to design surveys that we can give out to a large N, or use participatory rural appraisal methods. We can use a variety of mechanisms to identify these working parts, but that's part of what we have to do. Okay. Now, a central question that I have been addressing is the following. Are rational individuals helplessly trapped in social dilemmas? Because this was what I was presented after I had finished my dissertation, and I had observed water users in Southern California involving a very large of them, using a variety of institutional mechanisms to eventually solve a very difficult problem of a groundwater basin overdrafted and saltwater intruding. And that, by the way, we've now done the third study in the same area. We've looked at it over 60 to 70 years, and some of the early solutions are working very well in one of the groundwater basins we're studying. In one of the others, they're not. So we need not only short-term studies, but we need to be able to understand these things over time. But the problem is that we had humans who were making decisions trapped, but then what you had to do is call on officials. They could solve it. And then people would come back and say, well, there are two optimal solutions: the market, or the state. That's why I'm urging us to go beyond the market or the state. Earlier knowledge of self-organization was not accumulating. As I indicated, there were many scholars from different disciplines studying different regions, studying different kinds of resources. And so engineers writing about water weren't read by sociologists looking at communities that were dependent on water, or by economists trying to understand the costs and benefits. And certainly none of them looked at fisheries. But if you're looking at common pool resources, you better understand the theory across resources, even though your empirical work at one time or another will be more or less, usually on one of them. But the theory applies across a broader array. So there was a National Research Council that was formulated. A bunch of us tried to deal with this. We found within something like 6 months, we located over 1,000 case studies that were already in print. We developed a library. We began to try to use the IAD framework to code cases. We did meta-analysis, and we found that it was very difficult. We could develop the coding manual, but we would be coding a case and we would find, we've got 3 of the key variables, but 4 of them are missing. So we eventually went to pre-coding everything and doing a screening form. And we were able to eventually, after reading hundreds of cases, we were able to code 47 irrigation systems around the world and 44 fisheries, and a few forests. We didn't have as big a forest in that particular era. So we then found that looking at the irrigation systems, where we had both farmer managed and government managed, that 72% of those that we were able to code had high performance in terms of the amount of crops grown, the benefit cost ratio of producing those crops. So we had real benefit that we could measure. And then we looked at 42% of the governmental irrigation systems had high performance. Only 42% of the government systems, as opposed to 72% of the farmer, and had high performance. And here these are these engineered systems that cost millions of dollars, and the millions of dollars wasn't doing better for producing outcome than what farmers were able to put together. Then we looked at informal fishery groups and found that they were able to allocate space, and the literature, the formal theory literature, never thought of fisheries as allocating space. But if we went to the case studies on Turkey, we found out that coastal fisheries, people had on a Friday night over beer, they started drawing pictures of their bays and drawing various ways of mapping it, and then figuring out, if you were in a boat, where did you have to get in order to be on this side of the square or that side of the square. So they had mental maps of their area, and then in one of the more ingenious cases, they numbered all the squares, and they took a random sample at the beginning of the fishing season. There was a season, and you were allocated a random start place, randomly, and then everyone went through the system in a systematic way. So if you were assigned a lousy old fishing spot on a day, that was a day you repaired the boat, did other things. You didn't necessarily have to go out. But if it was a good fishing spot, you went. And since everyone knew that, it was easy to monitor, because you could see who was there and all the rest. Okay, one of the things that we had to do was clarify concepts, thank you, that were, a lot of people talked about common property resources, and frequently they meant open access. They just called it common property, but the property term didn't mean anything. There were not property rules. And so I fought very hard to get to a term called common pool resources, and distinguish common pool resources, the system out there, from common property regimes, the rules used by some communities to manage a system. I was told that never would be accepted, that it was too ingrained, we couldn't change the language. But I think we've done it now. And then we found that the rights that were involved things like who had access, who could withdraw, who had management skills or rights, who could exclude, and who could sell. So those 5 rights we were able to identify, and some people said if you couldn't alienate, this was very much in the literature, unless people could actually sell their rights, they didn't have rights. Alienation was considered the defining characteristic. And many of the systems we found that had existed for 200, 300, 400 years, they didn't have alienation rights. But the others turned out to be very important rights, and having at least some management and exclusion turned out to be very much more important than others. Okay. What we found was a huge diversity of rules, I'll use that term again, and the users had just involved a huge diversity of how they allocated the access, exclusion, alienation, and trying to figure out how to code that and analyze it was very challenging, until we finally realized, aha, we can take this, what we can do is take a look at the internal working parts. We have actors assigned to positions, assigned to actions, information, control, etc. I went through that. Well, we could then think of boundary rules affecting who are the actors. Position rules affecting what position they hold in terms of are they the chief of a group or not. Choice rules affecting what actions they can actually take. Payoff rules affecting net benefits and costs. Information rules, aggregation, as you can see, and scope rules affecting the set of outcomes they can actually affect. So we began to have a very consistent, am I not behaving? We had a consistent way of coding, but we didn't just find 7 types. When I was president of Public Choice, I introduced this concept of the 7 kinds of rules, and I had colleagues really rip me to shreds and say, this is ridiculous, Lynn, you know how to model, you don't want 7, because if you had 2 of each kind, that would be 2 to the 7. Too much, that's too much complexity. The criticism was, you don't make it complex, don't keep it simple, stupid. And my address took 2.5 years to actually get published by Public Choice. And that wasn't because I got referee reports or anything of this sort. They held it up 2.5 years before it actually saw the light. And then as we've done looking at resource systems, we found on the boundary rules, way over 100 different kinds of boundary rules that are actually used. Think about driver license requirements. To be on a public highway in a car, you have to get a driver's license, usually. And, but, you know, do you have to take a test? Do you have to, you know, what kind of eye test, what kind of hearing test? All of those things are boundary rules, and they're immensely different. Okay, so once the studies were coded, I had a nice opportunity to have a sabbatical, and I thought, well, we have all these coded, and I can read ones beyond the ones that we had coded. We should be able to do statistical analysis and find those optimal rules. And I worked and worked and worked and worked and worked in Germany and Bielefeld. And I got very discouraged. Walked around, unfortunately it was at Teutoburger Wald, it was right behind the facility, and I went walking in and finally decided, but there were some similarities that I was finding, that they didn't use the same boundary rules, but the systems that survived 100, 200, 500 years had some kind of boundary rule. And so that led me to develop the design principles, and that's been presented in the 1990 book. And let me give you just a quick overview. That the principles are that the boundaries of users and of the system are clear somehow, that there's a congruence between benefits and costs, so that those who are getting big benefits pay big costs, roughly. Users have a procedure for making their own rules, so some of the rules and norms are their own. There is some way that things are monitored, so it isn't just on paper. Graduated sanctions, meaning that at the very beginning, when people first see someone breaking a rule, it's kind of, hey, fella, what you doing? Don't you know we're supposed to do it this way, and you're doing it that way? That's just verbal. But then it can get, second time in the lobster fisheries, and the second time they get 3 people going together to somebody's home and knocking on the door and saying, we're here to discuss the rules you've been breaking. If they find a rule broken the 4th time, they break up the lobster pot, and the 5th time, the boat's gone. So it's really graduated. And then systems that survive a long time are minimally recognized by governments, and they're nested in multiple levels. So we were able then to go to the lab and build those models in an experimental lab. And that enables you to take the game theory that is a theory of that action situation and make a model of it, like a set of instructions for what you can do and what the computer does in a lab. And when subjects made decisions absolutely anonymously, they did not know who else was making a decision, so it was hidden information about who was involved. They over-harvested. For those of you who know game theory, they did worse than Nash. So the Nash prediction is very bad over-harvesting, and they did worse than that. But give them a chance to do face-to-face communication, and they greatly improved their returns. And then we did constitutional choice in the lab. We allowed a group of people to make their own rules about sanctioning, and they got all the way up to 92% of optimal. And the nice thing about a lab is you know what's optimal in that design. So that led me to do quite a bit more work on irrigation systems in Nepal, and now we have a database of over 250 systems where we've done the data collection, so we know, we're quite confident in what we have, and it's a large N, so we can really do statistical analysis. And in that instance, we looked at both farmer managed and agency managed, where they'd spent a fortune. And we found, in terms of their being able to grow more crops, more rice, they were able to run their system more efficiently. They could get their systems well prepared and well manicured, and well, it's not manicured, but kept up, and with less cost. And they got more water to the tail end, which is a key problem for an irrigation system. Okay, so now we're studying forests around the world, the International Forestry Resources and Institutions Program. And it is a unique research program. It's the only one that I know of, and if any of you know of any like it, I want to hear about it. It's the only interdisciplinary, long-term research program studying forests owned by governments, by local communities, by private and not owned, all over the world. We have collaborative centers in Africa, Asia, Latin America, and around ourselves in the US and Michigan. We use the same protocols in all of our studies so that the data method that we're using is comparable. And we are then trying to understand, not only we go into the forests and we measure DBH, diameter breast height, and species, and a variety of other very carefully designed forest measuration, and we get a good information about how communities are organized, and we have very surprising findings. And what we find in sustainable forests around the world, meaning ones that either over time have a constant quality of the forest or are improving. They're not going down. We find users are active monitors of the level of harvesting occurring in the forest. This is not in the literature until recently in our work on monitoring, which we've stressed, but we find it repeatedly and very strong statistical. And so we find that users monitoring is actually more important than whether it is community controlled or government controlled or private formally. So formal property designation does not make a difference in the sustainability of the forests. In the PNAS of 2008 and 2009, Chatre and Agarwal have some very interesting studies looking at a large N and looking at some of the synergies between the level of carbon storage in forests and contributions to livelihoods. Some people say, oh, well, if you're going to store carbon, you can't contribute to livelihoods. And their work is looking at, well, it's potentially synergetic. It's not always opposite. So then we can go to some of our current developments. The theory of rational but helpless individuals ain't supported. It's wrong. That doesn't mean that there aren't times when people do overharvest. That's different. The theory predicts that the higher proportion of times that people are in these, they will overharvest, if not even close to all of them. Now many theorists are working on a behavioral theory of the individual, where if you go back to Herbert Simon's work, we have boundedly rational individuals seeking to do good and get material things for themselves and others. They don't have full information. The rational theory assumes everybody's got full information. They've got bounded information, but they can use heuristics and update their knowledge so they can learn. Now, that's encouraging for the students in the room. Well, if the presumption was, why would you ever have to go to school? You know everything. Now we have a theory that says you don't know everything always, but you can learn. That's a much more important way of thinking. And learning then to trust others turns out to be one of our very, very important factors. And so what we've been thinking through is how we can think about broader contextual variables, micro-situational variables affecting. We now have this model of the individual that's learning and norm-adopting individuals. They can now live to levels of trust that others will be reciprocators in a dilemma. That can lead to levels of cooperation, but if that's low, the feedback says, yeah! And so you can either get more and more trust and get better and better and better, or if the levels of cooperation go down, it goes down, 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 down. So the prediction is that it depends on these contexts and what the individuals come into the situation with. So then what we've been trying to understand from our lab work, what are some of the factors that affect this cooperation? And the ones that we find very good empirical evidence for is, as I mentioned, communication among the participants. That there's a way of building reputation. So you may not know the name of everyone with whom you're interacting, but you know what player A has done every round. And so player A establishes being very reliable or not. So reputation is established. When there are high marginal returns for your action, people are even more willing to cooperate. When they can either enter or exit from a lab setting, so entry and exit give more, lead to higher cooperation levels over time. When it's a longer time horizon, 10 repetitions versus 75, that makes a difference. When the participants in a lab can agree on rules over things like sanctioning, that makes a huge difference. So all of those factors at a micro level affect the likelihood that participants will gain trust and continue to cooperate with one another. And so we're trying to understand those micro. Then we've been working on the broader context and working with a group of colleagues across Europe and the US, and I hope now in Asia, trying to understand the broader variables that affect that micro. And I won't, that's a whole lecture in and of itself, but if you look in the 2007 Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences, on dilemmas in resource governance, you will find a framework there, or in science. In the summer of 2009, I did another article on that framework, so we have that beginning, and we're working on how we can develop that as a broader, to get a sense of the resource and the resource units and all of the resource side more fully developed, as well as the institutional. And the good news for the students is we have more work to do. We're not finished. So that it is a very important time. We need to be reforming. What we've learned is that resources that are in good condition have users who do have long-term interests. They're not just there for a week. They then invest in monitoring and they build trust. But many policy analysts have not yet absorbed this. So we're constantly yet getting these recommendations, and I'm afraid that things like REDD and some of these other policies are kind of top-down ways, okay, this is the way to solve it, and not looking at how do people build trust and reliability in settings like this. Government protected areas are not as recommended today as they were 5 years ago, but they're still frequently recommended. And now some people say, oh, well, community control. Please do not consider that a panacea. We find communities can do well, but it's not a panacea, especially when it's just top down and the government goes in and says, now you do it. That doesn't work very well. And so, I think we learned that polycentric systems are ways of dealing with complexity. And two, that panaceas should not be recommended. And I hope that listening to all this, I must thank you for your patience. I look forward after our ceremony to your questions and discussion.
Thank you very much, Lynn, for enlightening us on the complexity of life and thinking beyond simple notions of markets and states. If you struggled with the language and the ideas, because this is new to you, I surely did struggle with this for 5 years. So I feel like sitting again in Lynn's lecture 101, and trying to remember all this new terminologies, but it's becoming clearer now. Before we do the Q&A, we thought that it would be appropriate to honor Lynn, who has devoted her life to the study of institutions beyond markets and states, by launching the Asia Water Governance Index. This is a 2-year project through the Institute of Water Policy, which is supported by the Public Utilities Board of Singapore. And this work was done with the help of my able assistant, David Yu, who is now a student of Lynn Ostrom at the Arizona State University. So for working very hard with that, he was rewarded for going to the graduate school. Essentially, the Asia Water Governance Index is a survey of 102 water officials in 20 countries all over Asia. And the motivation of this survey is so that countries from China and India and the Philippines or Bangladesh could learn from one another on how they organize their water resources. What can we learn from Singapore? What can we learn from Australia or New Zealand? So this is a simple, this is a work in progress, but this is how far we have gone with this survey. So for now, I would like to invite Mr. Tan Gibao, the chairman of the board of PUB, Dean Kishore Mahbubani, and Professor Sitaram to unveil the Asia Water Governance Index, and then to be followed by the Q&A. Thank you very much, Mr. Kandipal. We now proceed to the Q&A.
Those of you who want to ask questions, I encourage you to come to the mics, as some of you already have, and start lining up so that, because I think even though in theory we only have 15 minutes, I hope you don't mind if we carry on till 6:45.
That's up to you.
Yes. Okay. We have you all night. Okay, let me begin by asking the first dumb question, okay, as a moderator. You know, you mentioned trust is a very important factor in solving problems. And as you know, we're becoming a small global village, where we have to have all kinds of collective actions in our global village. As you look ahead, are you feeling optimistic or pessimistic? And why?
I'm worried.
You're worried?
I'm worried, but I think if we do recognize that we are mini villages, and that there's a great deal we can do at a village level, like exercise more than drive, insulate our homes, not overheat our water, get classroom buildings. I encourage you to have a competition among the new dorms you're creating, so that the students can compete as to who uses the least amount of heat and air conditioning. This is one way.
Who eats the least also? They should eat the least also, right? They shouldn't eat too much also.
Well, it's that you can reduce the amount of budget or money. So this is where, at a local level, you can reduce the amount of spending and reduce the amount of greenhouse gases, both. But if you don't organize at multiple villages and you only wait for those guys up there who are twiddling their fingers rather than signing an agreement, I'm very worried. So I am a supporter of a global agreement, but they're not moving. So let's get started. And I'm working on my campus in terms of what can we do. We have a meeting in December of the mayor and the county commissioners, and we're going to be doing an IU Bloomington program on reducing energy consumption, putting more trees in, all sorts of things.
So College Green will become a model community for the world.
Try.
Are you all ready? Okay, my colleague Astrid, and then I turn there.
Astrid Tuminas from the Lee Kuan Yew School. Professor Ostrom, thank you for a very exciting and very hopeful lecture. I'm not an economist, I'm a political scientist and an international relations scholar, and I'd like to ask you, if we were to characterize the Earth as a common pool resource, how then are we to create this good polycentric system that you talked about when the central actors are nation states? And this sort of builds on Professor Kishore Mahbubani's point about trust and functionality, because your actors remain these nation states, and it's very hard to get them to move together as users.
Have you ever seen a nation state turn up the heat? Or turn it down? So we have the image that's there, the actors. But is a nation state, as a state, taking action to reduce greenhouse gas? Yes, they pass rules sometimes, but in the United States now, there are 1,000 cities that have signed open pledges on and to their citizens of how they are going to be reducing greenhouse gas emissions in that city. 1,000. So this isn't just one little. If it were one little village, then that's but we're getting villages around the city of Chicago now has a carbon market. The eastern part of the United States has a carbon market. The EU has a carbon market. Well, that's innovative, and trying to develop a carbon market is very tough. Well, now we have 3 different experiments going on, so that when we might go to a global one, we might have trust, that we had one that worked. So you have to have trust that the instrument that you're using works, and that other people are using it in a way that is the trustworthy way. And if all we do is wait for a global solution written in some back room somewhere, how do we get trust? We don't. That's the problem. But if we can do polycentric things, so in a community that's decided that they're going to, one of the things we can do is put more gardens on the top of roofs. That is a way of getting the roof doing less emissions and pulling in emissions into the plants, and not letting roofs be just plain black that creates heat when the sun comes on it. And if we can do a variety of things where neighbors watch one another and see whether or not the other neighbor is doing what they're doing. One of the things that I've forgotten which city it is has done is when you get your utility bill, they take a random sample of others in your neighborhood, and you are told on your utility you are above the median or below the median. And so you know how much you took and how much others in your neighborhood did, so that you get, well, to some extent, who knows? There's a PNS article that lists 17 things that a household can do that cumulatively reduce substantial. One I never even thought of. I was flabbergasted. Turn down the hot water meter a bit. Because if you take a shower and you really have to put on the cold water to get the shower so that you can stand under it, you are overheating your water. And so you're putting all that energy into heating up the water and then getting cold water to turn it down. So it's a very simple thing to do. And let me recommend, for those of you who have homes, please do it.
Good. By the way, you're talking about individual action and collective action. Before I forget, I was supposed to make an announcement that on your way out, if you would like to make a contribution to the flood victims of Pakistan, there will be a collection taking place at the door. So there's scope for other collective action even as you leave this room. Over to you, please.
I'm Sudeshna. I've come from India. I've come here to do my MPA. I would really like to know the survival of these micro polycentric units that you've been talking about. And the worry that I have is, I mean, I'd be able to explain better with an example. In India, for example, we have a lot of village households in semi-arid zones where they have their own indigenous technology for water harvesting. Now, that has been a standard practice and a standard institutionalized system over the years. But what has now started, why it is not functioning now, is that the level of population that this knowledge was supposed to sustain has grown over the years. So that level of knowledge which they have is not able to sustain this indigenous knowledge as of now. Second, in such areas, the indigenous knowledge was very clear. I mean, people knew when it rained, how to harvest it, and how to manage it. But the externalities in terms of the global warming or whatever else, the negative environment costs, because of that, the rains that used to occur in that part of the year do not occur any longer. In that case, the polycentric, the village as a unit of a decision making or as a unit of propagating an institution is failing now. In that event, do you think that the need of the government to step in is far greater?
We need the government to step in?
Yeah, to step in to address, because that unit is not in a position to answer the calls of change. So is it the government that should be entering now, or is it the unit? The unit does not have the solutions to it.
Tough question.
Very tough question, but I think we have to be a little skeptical that the government is going to understand the problem everywhere the same. I have immense respect for indigenous knowledge. On the other hand, I agree that there are many symbols of the weather and things of this sort that used to be of a particular kind. If one reads Lansing's work on the Bali system, there was a very clear indigenous knowledge that underlay that system. Then for a while, Asian Development Bank was trying to get them to fertilize and do all sorts of things. They kind of ruined it for a while. They're now trying to get it back into good operation, but they have to update it in light of new change. But I don't think, since some of the changes in rainfall differ by altitude, so to just have a single rule now that's going to come down from on top, I don't think is a way of dealing with it. One of the ways of dealing with it is various seminars taught in local areas where you bring indigenous farmers together and you say, folks, this is what we're learning about the new climate system. Let's talk over what you have done in the past in this village or in this region. Are there things that we could do to that system that would give it a bit of a nudge to be more responsive to the changes that you're going to face? There are going to be changes. That then doesn't treat it as irrelevant. But if you just then pass a single rule for as a continent the size of India, I think you're in grave, grave problem.
I see lots of questioners. Can I suggest we take in sets, maybe two, and then we can answer them in front?
I should be quicker.
Okay, so those two first at the back there. Yeah, you two.
Professor Ostrom, my name is Mauricio. I'm an incoming MPA student here at the Lee Kuan Yew School. About 2 weeks ago, Dean Mahbubani gave a presentation to the incoming students, and in some respects, we came away, or I came away with some bleak aspects for our world, because when it came to the very tough questions, the pertinent questions, the relevant questions of our times, his answers were time and time again, we don't know. We don't know was the answer. I think it was a way of him challenging us to come up with new answers. I have to admit that I'm relatively new. I'm new to your work, but if I understand it correctly, and correct me if I'm not, if I don't, you have come up with a framework for.
Sorry. I had some bugs attacking me.
This is becoming more and more exciting. we will take collective action against the bug.
If I understand your work correctly, you have developed a framework for understanding complex systems, not by reducing them to very simple systems, but by incorporating the complexity. I wonder how your work is relevant to understanding, harnessing, taming, for example, the world financial system. In your work, again, I may be interpreting or over-interpreting. I see what are analogs to ecological webs, where no one unit where not all units are identical. You have spoken of panaceas. One of the characteristics of the 20th century was these homogenizing forces, ideologies. We in the West have been guilty of trying to remake the world in our own image. Perhaps that's not the best way to maximize collective well-being. Perhaps by having different countries, different peoples, having different capabilities, we can maximize collective well-being. I wonder if you could speak about these homogenizing tendencies and as they pertain to panaceas and how your work can be upscaled.
Yes, I've decided that we all should listen to Brahms, and jazz should just be thrown out as irrelevant, and oral groups that sing, get rid of it. Just do Brahms. then you know, it's such wonderful music that we should all enjoy it all the time. I mean, that's what, I'm kidding, obviously, but we just have to be aware that coming up with these simple things are not the way to go. That doesn't mean that we don't need science, and we don't need people who have scientific understanding and can try to get explanations at various levels. But trying to find the answer is what I'm most concerned about.
Next question over there. I too got a bug, by the way.
Oh, they're attacking us.
Hi, I'm Professor Ostrom. My name is Vika. I'm an MPT student at the Lee Kuan Yew School of Public Policy. I will not ask about the financial market, but a bit also complicated. It's about the REDD.
Yeah, I really don't want to take questions on the financial market. I'm not a macroeconomist.
No, that's why I'm not
And
taking
I think it's just not right for me to address it.
No, that's why I want to ask a question about REDD, reducing emissions from
Yes, no,
deforestation and forest loss.
REDD, yes.
Yeah, for the audience who are not aware of RED, it's proposed mechanism by the developed nations to willing to pay the developing nations to reduce their carbon emissions by reducing their deforestation and forest degradation rates. Now, do you think that it will work?
No.
Because
You got your answer.
yeah, I mean, can you explain like why? Because my view is because local communities would not understand what kind of carbon stock it is. How would they monitor? I mean, is carbon right? It's a foreign concept of property, right? Can it be categorized as a common pool resources? So I would be interested to see your view. Thank you.
Yeah, it is a common pool that they're trying to affect, obviously, emissions. But why I'm skeptical, I'm not skeptical that there are no ways that you can design payments for ecological services, PES, that will work. But this is sweeping in an incredible amount of money at one time, huge amount. And I was discussing earlier, a couple of my students have done a paper where they looked at some of the clean development mechanisms, and the amount of manipulating of those is very substantial. And there's no discussion in any of the red literature as people dealing with it of, oh, we've got to be very careful about leakage, about ways of falsifying things and things of this sort, and learning from mechanisms that are just within the last decade or so that we don't have the same kinds of fictitious efforts, people receiving money, but there's no reduced emissions as a result of it, under red. It's just, it's a little bit too jazzy. In terms of it's the answer. And again, anytime you hear the answer, be just a little skeptical.
Good. I think the lady over here was next, and then I'll come to you. Yes, please.
Hello, my name is Yiming. I'm first-year PhD student in the biological department in NUS. I'm very happy to see you here because I just missed your visit to Groningen last year when I was a master student from university. Study both mostly cooperation and the social norms. I'm not having a question, but really
Can
it's
you
about.
lift your mic a bit? Just lift your.
When you talk about communication, we all know it's a very, very important component of any kind of cooperation. But now, in the global level, you see there's a difficulty in communication because of the language barriers, because of geography, long distance travels. And you see there are people, politicians, economists, all the important people, they have to travel so much and emit so much carbon dioxide at the same time to communicate. So there's a big cost of communication.
I'm embarrassed.
But on the other side, you see there's internet communication, people are linked with each other by internet, and they are having self-organized communities on the internet to do lots of different things. And someone will have argued that it's not it's virtual, it's not real, but in many cases, they are making very good contribution to social improvement. How is your opinion of when our human being move into a technical driven, more and more technical driven information sharing community century, what kind of communication will we have in the future to improve our cooperation?
No, I think cell phones are a very, very important technical advancement, and computers. There are many farmers in rural areas today that are able to get decent information about prices of can market A versus market B, so that they're able to do much more work. In some fisheries, it's very interesting in terms of inshore fisheries. Again, it's this problem of indigenous rules. Many of the indigenous rules were that you use certain kinds of harvesting equipment, and many of those were very obvious on the boat. So, and now in some places where that kind of harvesting has occurred as a rule, if one fisherman sees someone fishing who's got the right technology, they can use the cell phone and say, hey, so-and-so's out there in our fishery, or not using what we've agreed upon. And sometimes a cell phone is the form of monitoring, and in some of the forests it turns out to be one of the ways of monitoring. So it's not, again, the only thing that's, but then the other part of technology is the use of remote sensing and being able to analyze and look at very large areas, which we didn't used to be able to do. And so there are some aspects of technology that will increase our capabilities of monitoring and building trust. But I'm very concerned about ocean fisheries as contrasted to coastal fisheries, because you don't have people who have the kind of agreement about fishing from the ocean at large as opposed to the coast.
The lady over here, please.
Laureate Ostrom, thanks very much for your talk. I'm Vivian Liu from Philanthropy Works. My interest...
Philanthropy, is it?
Yes, Philanthropy Works.
She's in philanthropy.
Oh, yeah.
Philanthropy Advisory.
Fine.
My interest in your talk stems from its relevance to probably land rights negotiations in the Pakistan flood relief development game plan. So I just returned from Islamabad where I met with the country directors of both the World Bank and USAID there. We were probably collaborating going forward. So leveraging on your expertise, if you were king of the world, how would you execute the negotiations of land rights?
Execute, okay.
How would you marshal and coordinate the negotiation of land rights? Because that is going to be the key stumbling block, the key roadblock rather, to development efforts going forward.
I would legislate that we shall not have uniform land rights across the whole world.
With respect to the Pakistan flood displaced victims.
But it's how to cope with the conditions in a particular setting. And so if you look at the way the Maasai allocated capacity to have pastoral animals that go over a huge distance, that is a far better land system than what the Brits wanted them to do to privatize all that land.
Okay, if I may offer just a couple of points on Pakistan. Okay?
Very, very quickly, because there are others waiting and you've got a few minutes.
Of course. So 1/3 to 1/5 of the land in a country is flooded. That's the breadbasket. Half of the homes affected are actually illegally built on the dry riverbeds and floodplains. So obviously they're not supposed to be there again. Now you want to keep people in their social groups so as to minimize conflict and so on going forward, because this is already a period of high stress for them, right? So you basically have to put people in land plots that are half the original size. on average. Some will have more, some will have less. So do you have just a few points from your years of experience to contribute to the strategy?
I wish I did, but it is how you then have councils of those local people who can be participating and coming up with ideas in terms of asking them, how did your grandparents deal with a flood? What are some of the different ways? How can you work together to solve this and not presume that we are going to tell them how to solve it?
Okay. I think you will go to the gentleman over here. Can I suggest, if you don't mind, Lynn, let's take all the questions and then you can just write them down and then we'll finish, because I see it's already 6:40 and I think some of the students have to leave for our classes and so on and so forth. So please, quickly, if you don't mind, short, sharp questions from 4 of you, and then you try to answer them together.
Good evening, Professor Ostrom. I'm Benjamin Mark from Raffles Institution. You previously spoke about exogenous variables as part of your model, and in a previous interview I found online, you talked about how developing redundancy is an important way to deal with some of these exogenous variables. Could you illustrate this in some of your work you've done with regard to polycentric systems?
Okay, developing redundancies. Next question.
Yes, hi, my name is Carlos Miranda. I'm social entrepreneur in residence here at the university. I have 3 simple questions. One is, how does
Can you make it one?
Very small. They're very basic. One is, how does the abundance or scarcity of a shared resource affect the outcome of the model? That is linked to the externalities, of course, because as we have externalities, they will become more scarce. The other is, how does this shared governance mechanism react to innovation when some of the members of the system try to innovate when the system is based on indigenous knowledge and tradition? How does the system cope with innovation? And finally, just a simple question, is there any literature on how we can use this model and apply it to relief efforts? Because that's what I'm working on.
Okay, the last 2, quickly.
I'm Donald, member of public. I just want to ask, Professor Ostrom mentioned that the notion of property breaks down in polycentric governance. Just wondering whether Professor Ostrom,
repeat that again.
the notion of property breaks down.
Notion of property.
Breaks down in polycentric governance of common pool resources. So I'm wondering whether Professor Ostrom could further elaborate on this, because my rationale for raising this is that without property rights, trading cannot take place, talk alone the price mechanism.
Question about the notion of property rights breaking down. Okay, please, the last question, and then I hope you can answer all 4 in 5 minutes.
Good evening, Professor. My name is Sanjay Patnaik from Global Asia Institute. So my question is, how does really one, make work the ownership of common resources in a market economy when the privatization is the norm?
Say it again. How does it work?
Ownership of common resources in a market economy.
Yeah.
When the privatization is the norm.
When the price?
Privatization is the norm.
Yeah. When the privatization is the norm. Yeah. Okay.
Is the norm. Oh, okay.
Sorry, we couldn't hear you up here. Okay. 4 brilliant answers, please.
A, B, C, D. Redundancy. Let's take the notion of urban parks. If you have a variety of parks in a metropolitan area and there is a flood or garbage or fire in one, at least there are some other parks available. But if you have only one giant park and there's a big problem there, you have no capacity, no flexibility. Just one way of thinking about it. Then onto scarcity, Robert Wade did a fantastic amount of work.
Robert?
Wade,
W-A-D-E.
W-A-D-E. Did a fantastic amount of work on this in relationship to water resources earlier. And in the science article, I do deal with this overtly. If the resource systems are very abundant, who cares? You don't need property rights. You just grab whatever you can. It's abundant. If it's very scarce, there's not much you can do. Give up. He posits a curvilinear relationship that for people to really take charge, the resource has to be moderately scarce, but not so scarce that they look at it as being useless. That's a pretty important point. Once it's really extremely over-harvested, it's very hard for people to self-organize. Then shared innovation. In terms of how do we cope with indigenous models for relief, well, if you go to Margaret McKeon's work on the Japanese systems through the ages, she did a very good analysis of how, for example, people had sacred forests. The indigenous knowledge was to protect certain forests from harvesting. You just didn't. But those were backup forests, and if there was a dire need in a community, they could moderately harvest from a sacred forest. That's one way that indigenous knowledge creates capabilities for dealing with emergency, and there are lots of in terms of cultural values that give people a chance to deal with emergency. And in a household, do we buy and sell breakfast? So it may be a norm, and of course if you now go out to some, I don't myself go to McDonald's or some of these for breakfast, so as soon as you start that as your habit, yes, you're going to buy and sell. But when you make a big pot of soup at home, do you stand in front of the pot and say, okay, folks in the family, anyone who wants some of the soup can have it for 75 cents? Oh, no. I worked hard on it, $1.50. No, maybe $5. There are lots of times where we privatize certain areas and we believe in it, but there are others where we share. And we should not ever let ourselves get to the point where we only share or we only privatize. We need a combination in most parts of our lives. I thought that was the last. Trade?
Privatization.
Yeah, privatization was no. At least I was trying to answer the question. Okay. I hope I did.
Okay, well, I think you could have left us today feeling very worried, as you said at the beginning, about what can we solve all these major problems. The sense I get being so close to you is that you, at the end of the day, are still optimistic that we can do something about it, and we can work together, and we can find polycentric.
Well, if we're optimistic from the sense that they're going to do it, and all we have to do is lie back, that's the wrong kind of optimism.
Well, optimism means that we can do it.
We have to. We have to work, and we have to develop ways of thinking about it that way, or else we are just helpless, and, who cares?
True. And I think that's the biggest message that I hope that the students of our school will take away. We have to do it. So thank you very much for coming here, and thank you very much for sharing your wisdom.
If you should wake to a man-dead world, where virtually all human life had been dissolved from the face of the earth, leaving behind only buildings, bridges, machines. If you should awake to such a world tomorrow morning, what would you do? Where would you go?
'cause I can rule it. I'm telling you, this ride is rather risky. It's rather risky. Ooh, I'm sailing when I'm losing or I'm falling to the seas, 'cause I can row the boat. I'm calling you for help, but you won't come. You won't come. Let's just buy a submarine and go on an underwater cruise to the moon party. Really sacrifice the fuel for a safe ride home. Are you safe on your own? Did you swim all the way on your own where the water's so tough? Would it be too ashamed to admit that I am the one to save you from drowning? Far, far away, there's no way we can make it. I'll never take it since you said a rhyming necessity. We can never make it this way. I'm never ready as long as you close your mind away. And so all I ask, do this swim all the way on your own where the water's so tough. Would it be too ashamed to admit that I am the one to save you from drowning? You're on fire tonight. You're on fire tonight. You're
2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, funk. One, two, three, funk.